It's time to... So today we're starting from the beginning again. And the reason for this, uh, well, because I feel like it. I think it's time to start fresh, especially when a new patch comes out. I like to start from the beginning again to see how different it feels. Because they change some things without telling you. Sometimes they change the dialogue, even. Very minute changes. Sometimes. So I like to start from the beginning, and what we're going to do here. I honestly think um, whatever choice you make here doesn't really matter as much end game. I mean, it can have an effect. A few points can make a massive difference in encounters. But I tend to go with the hero class. And the reason for that is because they have the highest strength stat. And it makes it very easy to wield the Great Sword, Guts' sword. In previous Dark Souls games, it was called the Ultra Great Sword. It's the colossal swords, basically. It allows you to wield that pretty early on in the game when you pick up the Radigan's Scar Seal. Scar Seal or Sword Seal? Some people like starting with the stone sword key, so they can immediately get into the dungeon right at the beginning. I'm not going to do that this time. I do that every once in a while, but uh, not this time. I like starting with the golden seed because it just gives you an extra use of the flask right off the bat. And since this is more of like a kind of a guide situation, then I think that starting with the golden seed for your first go around um, might be a thing to consider. Oh, we need a name. If anyone would like to suggest a name, you're welcome to. Otherwise, Otherwise, I've selected a name that I'll just default to. You can pronounce this word however you want to. It's not sure what its origin is. Slavic, maybe? Alright, we're gonna go ahead and start. So we're starting with hero class, the golden seed, as our keepsake.
The fallen leaves tell a story. The great Elden Ring was shattered. In our home, across the fog, the lands between. Now, Queen Marika the Eternal is nowhere to be found. And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish. Soon, Marika's offspring, demigods all, claimed the shards of the Elden Ring. The mad taint of their newfound strength triggered the shattering. A war from which no lord arose. A war leading to abandonment by the greater will. Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all. Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands, the ever-brilliant Gold Mask. Fear, the deathbed companion, the loathsome dung-eater, and Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing. one other, whom grace would again bless. A tarnished of no renown. Cross the fog to the lands between, to stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord.
All right, so if you pre-ordered the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC, you get this Ring of Mikola emote. That's where that comes from. Just so if anyone's curious. Some messages across the game are not made by players. Some bloodstains on the ground are not left by players. And the invaders through your solo playthrough will not be players. None of them are players. They're all scripted. Unless you summon someone into your game, or you activate it using a particular item, and it tells you what it does. You won't get any players just randomly invading your game. If you're a solo player. So we pick up this item. This allows us to write messages for anyone coming into the game. Not the multiplayer menu, so we go to messages, and you can change the message format by pressing the Y button. You can add an emote, an extra layer to your sentence, or an extra layer with a gesture. Elden Ring ahead. Praise the Elden Ring. And then after you write that message, you can press the Y button to protect it. That way you can only have 10 messages in the game world. That way you don't accidentally create a message over top your messages that get a lot of traffic, and putting a message at the very beginning of the game. So you see these messages and what those do when you those players get healed. There's more over here. First off, good luck. Thank you. Hope? Question mark. And you can try and fight this guy. It is possible to defeat him. But I'm going to tell you right now that it's unnecessary. I wonder if we can cheese him over here. A little bit of a ledge? I don't think so. He'll definitely hit through that tree and knock me off the ledge. I'm just kind of examining this arena because I've never really thought about trying to use the landscape here as a means to fight him. Because you can. There are certain enemies that you get them to the edge and they will just fall off. In some fights, what you can do is find an angle where there's an object that obstructs the enemy's movement, and you can use those objects as a way to impede their movement so that some of their attacks will falter. And they'll go for the attack thinking, like, you know, because they don't see the object is in their way. Like this. Until after they initiate the attack and they see, oh, I can't hit the thing, and then they go around. And they'll keep doing that over and over again. Fight it like a classic Dark Souls boss and just do it one hit at a time. Take 20 years. 20 years to fight the boss. Until he's vulnerable at one particular... If you run away from him, he will do that jump attack, and he's vulnerable after that jump attack. He's also vulnerable after this. Hit there. Yeah, I wouldn't risk it on that move. That one, I think one of those moves, the second one in particular, is parryable. That one might have been too. So this boss doesn't matter. In Dark Souls 3, there was like a boss that was incredibly difficult at the very beginning of the game, and you had to beat him. But obviously, with multiple chances of fighting that boss in particular, you would eventually get past it.
Don't worry, Torrent. Fortune is on her side. We found her here after all.
What if Torrent is Godwin? Godwin's
One of her kind
spirit.
is sure to seek the Elden Ring. Even if it does violate the Golden Order.
Make sure the tutorial, yeah, show tutorial's off. When you jump down here, it gives you a tutorial. Brave tarnished. Take the plunge of learning and remembrance. This is probably the most succinct tutorial for any one of these Dark Souls games. Dark Souls 2 did a really good job of explaining at the very beginning of the game how many of the mechanics work. And the reason why we're just running past these guys is because we don't really need to fight them. I'm gonna take that guy out because of his crossbow. I don't think any of these enemies drop any items, just so you know. The only reason why you would want to go through here is because there's an emote at the end. If you already know how to play the game, you've never... obviously you're not going to come in here, but like if you're a Souls veteran coming into Elden Ring for the first time, then obviously going through the tutorial zone may be something that you overlook. So these are gargoyles. This one in particular requires 2 stone sword key tokens when you start the game with the stone sword key perk. You start with 2, and you can open this right away. This item right here, finger severer and the tarnished furled finger. The finger severer is to send summoned players back to their world. If you no longer want to be attacked in PvP, you can send your NPC cooperators back to their world, and it will send the invader back to their world as well, I think. Because an invader can only invade that. I mean, they might have changed that. I might be wrong on that. I don't know. I'll have to double check that. Maybe we'll do some invasions along the way in this playthrough.
Oh, yes. Tarnished, are we? Come to the lands between for the Elden Ring? Hmm? Of course you have. No shame in it. Unfortunately for you, however, you are maidenless. Without guidance, without the strength of runes, and without an invitation to the Round Table Hold, you are fated, it seems, to die in obscurity. Luckily for you, however, there is one shining ray of hope for even the maidenless. Me. Vare. Take care to listen. Are you familiar with grace? The golden light that gives life to you tarnished. You may also behold its golden rays, pointing in a particular direction at times. That is the guidance of grace, a path that a tarnished must travel. Indeed. Grace's guidance holds the answers. It will lead you tarnished to the path you are meant to follow, even if it leads you to your grave.
So when you go into your inventory, you have this cool little thing called a pouch. When you hold the A button, it brings it up to mapped to your D-pad. So the item that's mapped to your up button allows you to teleport back to a site of grace. You lose all your runes. Basically, it's auto respawning. That's a way to put that. And since we started with the golden seed, we can immediately add an extra charge to the flask right from the beginning. When we get our first seed, that will be 5. Every once in a while, you'll see these around the game world when you interact with them, and you'll want to interact with all of them. The reason why you want to interact with all of them is because it opens up multiplayer for that specific area. Sometimes it's for a boss, sometimes it's for a dungeon, sometimes it's just for a particular region outside of like, for instance, outside of a legacy dungeon. Some of the legacy dungeons will have these outside of them. So you can summon people and go in with a group. Now, that does make the game harder in many ways. First of all, like I mentioned before, it opens your game up for invasions every time you go into multiplayer. Now, that's not inherently a bad thing, because then, you know, you have more practice in combat going up against players. Players are typically more difficult than normal enemies. Typically. Anyone invading your game is definitely going to be prepared for invasions, unless it's really early on and there's a quest line where you have to do 3 invasions. Regardless of whether you win the invasion or not, you just have to do 3 invasions. So at a certain level range, it will be more apparent that the people invading your game are not prepared. The same way that people way earlier or way later are. It's anywhere between level 30, I would say, to level 80. And the reason why I say level 80 is because sometimes people will over-level for many of the early boss fights, because they are some of the most difficult. The Radon fight is a pretty hard fight if you're not prepared. You don't know how to deal with those things at a low level, because again, like, there are items, crafting recipes. Coming to my next point here. This anvil can be used to strengthen a weapon on your own up to, I think, +2. And then you have to find a smith to upgrade your weapons from there. We're going to ignore the merchant for now, because we don't have any runes. And because I don't have any runes, I don't necessarily want to interact with him. You could talk to him. You could ask him about things. What you want to do is, when you talk with NPCs, make sure you go through all of their dialogue. And some NPCs will go through a string of dialogue, and then right after that, they'll have something else to say. But then sometimes, after you're done talking with an NPC and they say one thing over and over again, you rest at a site of grace, and then they'll have something new to say again. So you want to really double check NPCs, really exhaust all of the dialogue, except in very specific, in one very specific instance, you don't want to push it. If an NPC tells you to leave them alone, listen. Listen to what the NPC is saying. If they say to stop bothering them, stop bothering them. It's just a good idea. When you talk or interact with the NPCs, just have some semblance of etiquette. In fact, I think Farai still has more to say here.
Grace's guidance will reveal the path forward, most certainly. To Castle Stormvale, over on the cliff. the home of the decrepit demigod, Godric the Grafted. It's time you set off, I should think, to Castle Stormvale on the cliff, where grace would guide you, if you seek the Elden Ring, maidenless as you are. It's time you set off, I should think, to Castle Stormvale on the cliff, where grace would guide you, if...
And then we're just going to double check and make sure that that's all.
It's time you set off, I should think.
Yep.
To Castle...
So I'm going to try and do as many of the quest lines through this playthrough as possible, because they're very obtuse and hard to follow in many places. So that's why I'm going to be very specific about when I talk to NPCs. Wow. They really upgraded the swing speed on this one. I felt like it was way slower before. Alright. So there's a big difference between wielding a weapon one-handed and two-handed. One-handed, you do have access to your shield, and you have a different move set. It looks similar. It looks very similar with this particular weapon, but some weapons have vastly different movesets when you switch from one-handed to two-handed. One of the things that the game doesn't really tell you, and you have to learn from playing a lot, jump attacks do a lot of poise damage. Poise meaning how many hits you can take before you stagger. So down here in this basement, in these ruins, the whetstone knife and storm stomp. We're actually going to be using storm stomp quite a bit in this playthrough. snuck up on me. I'm not a huge fan of this axe, and I'm actually gonna run around to the other side. In the chest, in this big thing on wheels over here, is a sword. Just a moveset a lot easier to deal with. The Lord Sworn's greatsword. It's not a colossal sword. A lot of the colossal swords. Oh, 10 dexterity, gotcha. A lot of the colossal swords. I don't know why they just call them. Why they just call them colossal swords. Most of them have great sword in their title. It's really confusing. But there's 2 different classes of great swords. So I'm gonna call the larger colossal swords. It's just easier.
Greetings, traveler from beyond the fog. I am Melina. I offer you an accord. Have you heard of the Finger Maidens? They serve the 2 fingers, offering guidance and aid to the tarnished. But you, I am afraid, are maidenless. I can play the role of maiden, turning runes into strength to aid you in your search for the Elden Ring. You need only take me with you to the foot of the Erd Tree. Then it's settled. Summon me by grace to turn runes into strength. Ah, another matter. I bequeath to you this ring. Use it to traverse great distances. It will summon a spectral steed named Torrent. Torrent has chosen you. Treat him with respect. Shall I turn your runes to strength? Let my hand rest upon you. For but a moment, share them with me. Your thoughts.
And I like to assign Torrent to my up on the D-pad. We don't need to fight these guys.
Could you help us out, Cully? You? Yeah, you there. Stop pretending you can't see me. Why won't anyone look me in the eye? Oh. What'd you go and do that for? Oh, yes. I remember. Some clod turned me into a tree. You were just breaking the spell, weren't you? Thank you. The name's Bok. I was pushed out of the cave. Told not to come back. Not ever. Then I ended up as a tree. Lucky you came along, really.
It's happened to more than one character in this game.
Oh, what a shame.
In the lore.
When they threw me out of the cave, they took everything I owned. And so this is all I have to express my thanks. I hope you can forgive me. Or, well, if you can afford to wait for a while, I could sneak back into the cave and bring back something of actual value. Then I'd be of some real use to you, I reckon. Right, but I'll need a moment. I'm frightened of them, so I have to gather myself. My knees start knocking, just thinking about that god-awful cave on the shore.
I really enjoy the fact that you don't have a quest book telling you where you're supposed to go. You have to go by what the NPC is telling you. Box quest is pretty simple. And is a pretty good example of how sometimes the quests can be pretty straightforward. It gives you an idea of what to do in some of these quest lines. I think they do a brilliant job of teaching you how to play the game in the early areas. We're actually we're ignoring the Knight's Cavalry. So another thing about Elden Ring is at night there are a bunch of world bosses that exist or can spawn. And will often catch you off guard. What we're doing here is actually going back to where we were because I forgot to grab the map fragment from the middle of this. There are some bosses that Elden Ring expects you to deal with on horseback. They never tell you this. And there's no need to worry about bosses too much, because eventually you get to a certain point and they'll break off chase. All enemies will in this game. Well, most. I don't know if there are any that continue for a great while. All of them have very distinct end point. They'll just break off the chase and go back to where they were. So this little shack has this painting in it, and it gives you a fragment of that map. What you do is you match it up with the location. When you get to the location, it will spawn a thing. I think you do have to collect the painting fragment before the thing will spawn. Alright, and we're just gonna jump down here. So there are places randomly around the map where there will be these tombs, and they have a bunch of golden runes. And when you use the golden runes, they give you runes, of course. And the higher the number, the more they'll give. And you can use these to level up your character. You can use them if you are short on runes and you need to purchase something from a vendor, say a quest item or something like that. You can use the runes to do that.
Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Height, servant to the true order and celebrated repudiator of the false. Oh, Erdtree, grant me succor. Ah, you've come to lend me your aid, have you? Well, that's very kind, but no, the help is very much appreciated, even from a tarnished. Despite appearances, nobility is no prerequisite to serving the true order. You might have heard of me, Kenneth Height. Next in line is the rightful ruler of Limgrave, young Tarnished. I would have a boon of you. I want you to take back my fort. It lies to the south, beyond the Mistwood. A knight commander from Stormvale took it. A fool! And plumb mad to boot. Simply obsessed with blood. What are you waiting for? A kiss goodbye? My fort lies to the south, beyond the Mistwood. Take it back for me. Oh, I see. You wish to know the reward. Fret not. The great Kenneth Height is known for his considerable largesse. The celebrations will be lavish indeed upon the dawn of my fort's retrieval. Yes. Now, allow me to furnish you with a little advice. I would take great care to avoid Godric's tarnished hunts were I in your shoes. That depraved lot are obsessed with sacrificing tarnished like you for the sake of grafting. Honestly, Godric's nothing more than a jumped-up country bumpkin. Lord? Oh, don't make me laugh. First, he hid himself amongst the womenfolk to flee the capital, then hid from Radahn in that castle. Then he insulted Melania, lost to her in battle, only to lick her boots rather than die like a man. Has he no shame, the big girl's blouse? And to think, he's the blood of Godfrey, last of the golden lineage, though you almost wouldn't know it to look at him. Yeah, I almost feel sorry for the chap the more I think of it. What are you waiting for? A kiss goodbye? My fort lies to the south, beyond the Mistwood. Take it back for me.
So instead of going directly south to his fort, we're actually going to go northeast towards the chapel. Now you can take the low road, and there's a troll in the way. Or you can take the high road and go around them. It's called a Flask of Wondrous Physic. Around the game world, there are crystal tears. You add them to the physic, and when you drink it, it has that effect. You have two you can add to it, mix and match, basically later on in the game once you've accumulated enough of them, basically become temporary talismans. They're great. And we can talk with Melanie, we can talk to Melina here and get some insight into the area. At most of these churches, you will find a sacred tier, and that sacred tier upgrades your flask to heal you more so. Up to plus 12.
Spoken echoes linger here, words of Queen Marika, who vanished long ago. If you wish, I will share them with you. Very well. In Marika's own words, my lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die. Well, perhaps that might serve you in lieu of a maiden's guidance. Shall I turn your runes to strength? Let my hand rest upon you. For but a moment, share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
So from here, if you cross the water and go up this rise, you'll see this scarab here. We're going to go ahead and take that scarab out. Wow, that was... I should actually look at my screen instead of... elsewhere. Across the lands between, there are these pillars of wind, and they're basically jump pads for torrent. Now, when I find them, I like to go to my map. When you press the X button, you can bring up the marker list. Fourth one in is this thing that looks like torrent. Put that down. There's just some wolves up here chilling. Just run past them. Do the same thing here. Yeah, the wolves don't care. When you get to New Game Plus, your markers will remain. So if there's a particular weapon that you want to go after, and you don't want to have to worry about remembering where exactly it was that that weapon was, you can put a little marker there indicating that's where it is. And we're just moving past these guys because we're going to go up this hill. And there is an NPC up here that is very, very temporary.
There's no mistake, is there?
Very easy to miss him here.
Left its mark once again. Ah, a tarnished, are you? I'm known as D. I hunt down those who live in death and weed their death root. Heed my warning. The village here has been touched by death, and worse yet, it is home to a mariner. If you value your life, then go no further. The village here has been touched by death. Turn back while you still can. The village here has been touched by death.
And then he loops from there. And this is a pretty easy boss. I like to take him out really early on. You get a really cool interaction with D very early in the game. And before we do that, so we picked up Sacred Blade. Sacred Blade basically turns any sword or weapon that you have into the Master Sword. It sends out, the Ash of War itself sends out a projectile of light energy and gives your weapon an aura. We'll show you the projectile here in just a second. It's a little too far away. So the reason why I'm ignoring the other enemies here is because he's the guy that's summoning them. Now this isn't always the case for every fight, but it is for this one. So it doesn't matter if you have a faith build or not, using the Sacred Blade is a big weakness for undead, and if you don't want to have to, normally when you take an undead enemy out, skeletons. Sometimes the beastmen have undead that will also do this, where they will come back to life, reanimate, and attack you again. And now you can attack them while they're reanimating and they won't come back, which that's what I normally do. Late game 2, I will normally do that, but the Sacred Blade is just an easier way to deal with the early game undead.
Another fool who won't listen to reason, eh? But with a prowess for weeding deathroot. How would you like to earn the strength of beasts? If you're inclined to hunt more of those who live in death and weed their deathroot, then I'll introduce you to Garank, the beast clergyman. I have a matter of my own to attend to, and the beast himself wishes for someone to take my place. What say you?
So accept introduction.
Very well. Show me your map. I've marked the location for you, of a hidden gateway. It will lead you to Garank, the beast clergyman. I have a matter of my own to attend to. I've spotted the mark of this centipede here in the village. An ill-omened symbol that should not be. Someone or something threatens the sanctity of the Golden Order and must be eradicated.
This is the first time we hear mention of the mark of the centipede. We see it in the intro, but it's put to words here.
What is it? Still milling about? The map indicates where the gateway is hidden. It will lead you to Garank, the beast clergyman.
Now, before we go to Garank, a couple things I'm going to do here. First, we're going to get the map fragment for this lower section of Limgrave. And that is south. It's directly on the road. It is across from a very alarming enemy. But that enemy is a little preoccupied. And since we're here, we're gonna go keep going south until we hear that howl. All you need to do is be in the vicinity to hear that howl, and it will trigger a quest. You may not know it. And I could level up here, but I'm not going to. I'm saving my runes for other things. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go back up here. We're gonna head west because there's a merchant there.
Oh, dear. Yeah, I'm terribly sorry. Are you here as a customer?
So we're buying the bandit mask because I like it. And the nomadic warrior's cookbook. This cracked pot. And these 3 smithing stones. Because this early on in the game, smithing stones are pretty rare. And if you advance past Limgrave, it can advance some of the quest lines before you're finished with them. So it's better to finish out everything down south before you move forward, because it can lock you out of some of the quest lines. Even going forward into Stormvale can lock you out of certain quest lines if you don't do some of this stuff.
I've very little to offer. Oh, is there anything wrong? Nothing that suits your taste then.
Can you hear me? Help me. I'm stuck. Hello? Hello?
hear me? Oh, my stars. I'm so happy to see you. I am Alexander, also known as the Iron Fist. And as you can see, I'm stuck here. Please, can you help me out of this? My thanks. 1,000 thanks. Just give me a good smack from the rear with something nice and big. And I'll pop clean out, I'm sure. Don't dally. There's no need to fret. I'm very well trained. Give it your all, I say.
You get the triumphant delight emote.
Well played, good lady. Well played. Though that mighty wallop of yours almost spelled the end of me. Well, I'm out now, and that's what counts. I thank you. And as a token of my appreciation, I'd like you to have this. Once again, pleasure is mine. I am the warrior Jar known as Alexander. Iron Fist Alexander, in fact. I journey to the east, where I intend to further my education in the ways of war. And beyond these lands lie the scarlet, rot-blighted Caelid wilds. And upon their southern edge is Redmane Castle, in which a festival of combat is being held. I'd heard whispers of such festivities before. Doesn't the notion set your breast aflutter? I'm heading eastward to Redmane Castle, on the southern edge of the scarlet, rot-blighted Caelid wilds. I've heard there's to be a festival held there. I'm heading eastward to...
Yeah, and he just loops from there. We're actually going to go ahead and discover this crypt here. There's a door up the way across from Alexander Greatjar. Right here. You get up from this edge. We're not going to go explore. We're going to go talk with Garunk. This will open up the round table hold. So we go back to the Third Church of America, and when we get there, we're going to go behind the church across the water. Now, there's no swimming mechanics in Elden Ring, thus most bodies of water are just crossed on foot. Or they're a pitfall. It's either ankle-deep water or your end. Okay. Went the opposite direction. Okay, so behind the church, hidden in these bushes over here, is this portal. The very back end. Right where the quest marker is, if you defeat the Mariner early on. So now, if we rest here, Melina will appear and will be teleported to the round table hold. But there are a couple things that I want to gather before I do that. And the reason for that is because at the round table hold we can upgrade our weapons past +2. And the weapon that we want to upgrade we don't even have yet. And won't be able to wield until we grab the Radigan's Scar Seal. And even then, for a long time, we're only going to be able to, well, a long time, for a short time, we'll only be able to two-hand it. Because the cool thing about strength requirements in Elden Ring and Souls games in general, the strength requirement threshold is increased once you two-hand, or is decreased once you two-hand the weapon, because it's accounting for both hands. So a weapon you normally wouldn't be able to run, and we're just going to ignore this drag. So a strength weapon that we normally wouldn't be able to run, or a weapon that requires more strength than we have, we can still wield, as long as we two-hand it. Here's another bunch of tombs. Tombs and runes. There's one of the air currents. Go ahead and throw a marker down there. And this is optional, but I like to have this Ash of War because it is one of my most commonly used Ashes of War. But now we have to go to the round table hold.
I've been testing you to determine if the Elden Ring would truly have you, if you had the mettle to endure this long and arduous path. It seems my worries were unfounded. Torrent had your measure from the very start, whereas I merely pretended. There is but one other thing I can do to offer you guidance. I can take you to the Round Table Hole, gathering place of tarnished champions, guided by grace. Very well. Let my hand rest upon you for but a moment.
And we don't have a choice whether or not we get to go to Round Table Hold. We're just taken there. Now, immediately upon entering Round Table Hold, we can leave. And it won't affect anything. And that's what we're going to do. We'll go back in just a moment and talk with those NPCs. I just want to collect this first. Do we have enough for a level? No. So we're going to be cheesing a boss here. I don't like to do this very often, but this is the only one that I really care to do that with because of how versatile and helpful Bloodhound Step is. This enemy, this boss, we're definitely under-leveled for fighting him. But there is a very easy way to do that. I've actually created a video about that on the channel under Elden Ring Tips and Tricks if you are curious about it. But we're doing that right now anyway. So we rest till nightfall. You can see him patrolling up there. You don't have to hit him. You just have to walk past him to get his attention. Go around the corner here. And sometimes he'll follow you up here. Sometimes he'll just jump across. He can hit you through the tree. It is a possibility. But once he's stuck on this other side here, like he is, oh no. He got unstuck. And we fell. To our demise. That's fine. Very rarely have I been able to pull this off very quickly. It should take you a few tries. You're lucky if it doesn't. Sort of like any boss, I guess. But this boss, you can defeat pacifist means. Just run over here. There's like a pocket next to this branch here that he'll sometimes get caught on. Can. Yeah, and he can hit you through that wall, so you gotta be careful there. Not like me. Because I'm also talking at the same time. So, with the runes that you get from this boss, once you pull this off, is enough to get you started with your build. That's also a benefit about doing this, is this boss gives you 40,000 runes. Nope. Fell off the ledge there that time. I'm telling myself that I'm not gonna take a coffee break until I down this boss. Oh, hang on, we didn't turn time. Turn back time. Or forward. Whoops. Right off the ledge again. Man. The coffee craving is strong. Somebody else is doing it. It does seem like they changed the behavior of this guy just ever so slightly, where it is a little bit harder to get him into position. But that could be my imagination, because every time there's an update I feel like more has changed than it has, and it's just the RNG. He reset. Uh-oh. We're on the wrong side. Here we go. It does still work. I have done this since. Tested it last night, actually. There he goes. Getting there. Whoa. What's making this harder for me is this. There we go. Can't snap around fast enough to perform this effectively. Come on. feel like they changed the size of the hitbox too, because normally that move where I was standing, he would have just taken Torrent out, not me as well. They did change all the big weapons, so that spear might have been changed too. That makes sense. Makes sense. Makes it harder to perform this particular exploit, but it's still not undoable. Just a little bit more challenging. Uh-oh. Might be a better way to do this now. They can't reach us from there. He'll work his way around. Fall off the tree. Nope. It's okay. It's just trial and error. That's all it is. It's just trial and error. It's no big deal. Oh, my runes are down there. This time. I had to get down there. Oh, that's where I was standing. Just grab those real quick. Come on, fella. Uh-oh. Dangerous game here. Come on. It is possible for him to reach us here, so it's a risky move doing that, going up onto that ledge. Trying to get him to swing this direction, outward, at us, so that he pushes more off of the cliff. Because once he's here and stable and like still attacking, there he goes. Oh, yep, almost there. It's almost there. He's almost there. He's almost done. Come on. Yes, yes. See, it's still possible. It is still possible to do it. It's done. It just takes a little bit more finessing. Finagling. And now we have 42,000 runes. They will not go to waste. We're going to level up a little bit here. Level 19. So at level 19 we have 18 vigor, 9, which is our base mind, 15 endurance, 20 strength, 10 dexterity, 7 intelligence, 8 faith, and 11 arcane. Those last 3 are their bases. For the hero class, and now that Bloodhound Step is secured, I'm gonna go back the way we came in here. I'm gonna move to the right all the way to these rocks here, because we're gonna go buy a boss that's a little bit more challenging at this level. Because that enemy will put the rot status effect on your character. Scarlet Rot acts sort of like poison, except it's way faster. It is a scary status effect to deal with. Go up here, and we're going to go around the corner. Go in here. And just stick to the fence. And you're going to stick to the fence because this big dragon is going to be alerted by our presence. He's going to scream here in just a second. You might not. Yeah, there he goes. All of those other lesser dragons will activate. Their eyes will glow red. We also get a status buff. Our attack and defense are diminished while under the effects of this. We don't want that here. Resting at a site of grace gets rid of it. This is a little bit more complicated and kind of risky with 27,000 runes, but I'm going to go ahead and do it anyway. I don't think I'm going to lose them. I've done this quite a bit, so you just run through here. Don't worry about these enemies. You can do this at any level, but if you do it at a low level, like level 19, for instance, it's going to be a little bit more challenging. So there's a chest here. You want to open that. There won't be any enemies immediately around you at this point. So if you need to take a breather and prepare yourself for the next section, you can. But what you do is you just jump down here. You'll survive that fall. Stick with the middle here. Otherwise you'll have a knight spawning in. And go ahead and break that. Jump across there. Little rat will be spawned there. The big one and the little one, they will fall down here in just a moment. So if you're quick enough, he's gonna... Oh, yeah. I was quick enough. Yeah, so you jump down there, you run around the corner, you grab that item, you grab the ladder, you get back up. Otherwise, that rat, he will lock onto you when you're climbing that fence there, and he will take you out. At this point, it doesn't matter if the enemies take you out, because it'll be a whole lot easier going in there, grabbing your runes, and coming back out to rest at the site of grace. What we're going to do from here, we're going to go, actually, we're going to go back to Summon Water Village outskirts, because we're going to go back into Caelid from the other side and pick up the weapon that we will be maining for the early part of the game. Summon Water Village is clear now. If you have an extra stone sword key, you see those turtles up there, there is a little room that's blocked off by a gargoyle statue. It houses the turtle talisman, which will replenish your stamina rapidly. And we're not going to go to the church right away, because going into the church will summon an invader, an NPC invader. And we don't want to have to fight them yet. This is a safe fall. So you just need to go down here. Actually, I think I alerted the bird. Yeah, I did. That's not good. Try not to alert the bird. Makes it a little bit more challenging here. But he'll follow pretty close. You can jump off here. Open the chests. And you might alert that dog there. Now a couple enemies are going to be alerted. With bigger enemies, I like to stay close to the edge of a cliff, because if you see them coming out of the corner of your eye, you can jump in back into an area. Sometimes they can hit you and knock you off a cliff, but I think it's easier to avoid them that way because it's more likely that they'll fall off the cliff themselves. They don't have very good collision when it comes to cliff's edges. The larger the enemy, the harder a time they have with sticking to staying on land next to the edge of the cliff. Okay. Now that we have the weapon, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and travel to Round Table Hold. There's a really fast way to get to Round Table Hold. If you press Y, there is a fast travel to Round Table Hold itself by pressing X. You can see the keys at the bottom of the screen. And before I talk to any NPCs here, it says we can't wield it effectively, which is technically true until we equip this, and then it's effective when we two-hand it, for now. It's just a for now
You're
thing.
a new face. No matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arms. Let's get smithing.
Smithing Master Hugh. It's got to be one of my favorite characters.
I see you've noticed the chains. Nothing special. I'm a prisoner and these are my chains. I'm trapped by the hold. I'm dying, smithing for you fools. That's all there is to it. No, don't read too much into it. Well, no grudge against you. My being a prisoner is no fault of yours. Besides, I don't mind smithing. Despite my differences, the weapons get stronger all the same. Given time, technique never fails. Besides, it helps me forget the sheer terror of her.
And we can level this up twice. Oh no, once. We need 2 more stones. That's fine. It doesn't matter. We're gonna stick to level 19 for a little bit.
Oh, this is a rare occasion. I can't remember the last time a new tarnished made their way to the round table. Very well. As your senior, I bid you welcome. It is safe here. You may let down your guard. Allow me a word of advice. As your senior, you are a mere visitor to the round table. Nothing more. A house guest. Yet to earn their keep. Remember your place, newcomer. There's nothing left to say. Be at your leisure.
Oh, I see you've just arrived. Welcome to the Round Table Hold. I'm Corin, a man of the cloth. I teach incantations, the strength granted us by the 2 fingers, and explore the secrets of the Golden Order, so that one day, if a tarnished of the Round Table Hold should become Elden Lord, I might counsel them, ensuring order regains its proper form, righting rule over men. By the way, do you still see it? The guidance of grace. You do? Wonderful news. Most tarnished are blind to it these days. You are something of a rare breed. Well, what do you say? Care to learn an incantation of the two fingers? May the Golden Order shine through you.
All right, back to it. It's not how you do that, for the record. Storm Stomp does do a tremendous amount of poise damage, though. Absolutely does. A ton of damage. In stance breaking. Right on. Brass shield is a best shield in the game right now. All right. Just out of range. There we go. And we got a dagger. Alright, now at the top of this we have the other half of the Dectus Medallion. I believe it's called. Dectus Medallion. Where did it go? There it is. Yeah, Dectus Medallion. It allows you to use the lift up to the Altus Plateau, which leads to the capital. So now that you've cleared out all of the enemies in this area, all you have to worry about is talking to Kenneth Height. Once all the enemies are cleared from here, they're gone. But as soon as you talk to him, the place will be replaced with from soldiers with the demi-humans. Which makes sense, because this was originally Kenneth Height's residence, it looks like, because this is the queen of the... one of the queen demi-humans. They're quite large. I don't know why the demi-humans have a queen that's like that large unless they're ant-like. They don't reproduce like normal mammals. It's way different.
Welcome, dear customer. Yes, right this way. Right this way. Welcome, valued customer. Come, trade in our wandering emporium. Please, buy something. I'm hungry. I've been hungry so long. Please?
We might attempt some invasions with this character. At this level, it's pretty easy to roll over other characters in PvP with this particular build. But it's level 19. Like, it's hard to make a really solid early game build that's versatile at every level. There's struggle points for, is what I'm saying, for most. Right, we forgot. Okay, I forgot to go back and speak with the merchant here. We also need to pick up
This way,
the
tarnished. May I have a word?
crafting pouch. And speak with Rena.
A pleasure to meet thee, tarnished. I am the witch Rena. I'd heard tell of a tarnished hurtling about atop a spectral steed, and upon looking into the matter, the talk, I surmise, is of thee. Thou art possessed of the power, no? To call forth a spectral steed named Torrent. Ah, as I had hoped, I was entrusted this for thee, by Torrent's former master.
Wait a minute. I just had a thought. And a question. Do any other characters reference Melina in the game? Any characters? Do any characters mention her? Do any items mention her? Let's see.
'Tis a bell for calling forth spirits. Summon them with it. From ash and return to the Erdtree, the spirits will obey thine command but briefly, as they recall battles past. Now it is thine, to do with as thou wishest. Forgive mine intrusion, Tarnished. I doubt we shall again meet. But all the same, learn well the lands between. How long will it be, I wonder, before the Tarnished tire of obeisance to the two fingers?
You're a Tarnished. I can see it. And I can also see that you're not after my throat. Then why not purchase a little something? I am Kale, purveyor of fine goods. You know, if you can spare the runes, you should buy yourself a crafting kit. A crafting kit allows you to make basic items on your own. Essential, really, if you intend to survive out here for any duration. The kit costs a bundle, and I admit I do take my cut. But the important thing is that you survive. Every customer counts, after all. I am of a nomadic people, selling wares as I travel. The land has been tainted by madness since the shattering of the Elden Ring. It's only Tarnished like yourself, who keep things from drying up entirely. Let's say you're a very welcome customer. The howl of a wolf in the Mistwood. I suppose he must still be skulking about. I know. Why not meet him for yourself? Next time you hear the wolf's howl, make this signal right under the source. Don't fret. There is nothing to fear. I just have an inkling the two of you might hit it off. glad you took my warning to heart. You've made an excellent choice.
Everyone's been grafted. Everyone who came with me. They crossed the sea for me. They fought for me. Only to have their arms taken. Their legs taken. Even their heads taken. Taken and stuck to the spider. Did you know? If you're grafted by the spider, you become a chrysalid. It's quite the lark when you think about it. You're all on your own, are you? And heading to Stormvale Castle? Enticed by the one in the white mask, I suppose. Oh, you've come to be one with the spider? Well, that makes us two peas in a pod. But I don't have your courage. It's scary, you know, having your arms cut off. Or legs, or your head. I want to be like everyone else, but I'm just too scared. I'm nothing but a craven. Oh, I know. Can you take this little one along with you? The poor thing deserves someone braver than myself. And the spirits look rather fondly upon you. It'll be glad of your company, I think. the little un. It was a pleasure to see you. Oh, can you pass on a message for me? If you see the little chrysalids in Stormvale Castle, tell them I love them. And that, despite my craven heart, I'm sure I'll be joining their club soon enough. I'm finally getting the hang of this whole pain thing, you know.
I kind of want to see what invasions look like at this level, because I don't think I've ever done invasions at this level. Well, that was quick.
Hey.
Scumbags. That's what we call smurfing. When someone runs ahead, or when someone summons someone that is way higher level. So when you invade another world, your souls will end up where you died in that other world. So if you get teleported somewhere really far away, then you'll have to run all the way to where you were at. And since this is one of the first sites that you can invade, where is it here? There we go. Then these jumps are using a particular method to... What the heck? Oh, okay, I see. I wasn't trying to summon EV, but... Well, that's some cheap crap. Yeah, just gonna bail on this one.
Would have been fine. Wow, it's like instant at level 19. That's crazy. I was not expecting that. It's probably the same people. Chev. Kind of want to test to see if it uses up the finger or if it gives it back from just going into someone's game. It uses it up. Looks like they're way up there. See if they see me. Have their twink some in there. Their friend that's definitely got gear from the DLC. They even have the Radon boots.
Hey.
Wow. Fucking cheaters. We'll buy the other two and do a couple more. Why not? Those were pretty annoying.
How nice.
Oh, nearby only? Bobby Lee. Oh, it still uses the finger if you get a connection error. It's interesting. It's a little early for invasions. Yet. We'll save that last one and we'll get a few more from other places and do invasions at a higher level. Because early for PvP with this gear isn't nearly as effective as I would like it to be. Especially when half of the people I'm going up against have friends that are using DLC gear. At level 20, you can summon anyone into your game at any level if you have a friend code. Like if you use a particular password, you can summon your level 200 friend into your game. It reduces their overall health and defense by a certain %. But you're still fighting against someone that has DLC gear. Like, they still have all of those buffs, they still have all of the damage bonuses, they still have all of the
weapons and gear that work really well for fighting other players. So very early on, early levels in the game, it seems like people are rune farming, low level invaders, which at that point, that's worse than invading players. Like, invading is a mechanic in the game where you can go fight other people. They always have a friend that has overpowered gear. What's worse? Playing the game the way it was intended, or trying to completely obliterate everyone that you're coming up against? Oh, you'd rather exploit the game? Well, you'll have to live with that. Yes.
pick up everything? Nope. There we go. And I will say, when I was when I was playing this with Nikki, we did get invaded, and the player that invaded us was using all DLC gear. And as far as I know, you at low levels you're only getting invaded by people that are like a similar level. So that sort of behavior goes along with it. But when you can summon your friend that's on New Game Plus 7 into your game at level 1 when you've just gotten the game, then like you can summon a max level player into your game world at level 1. I think that should be fixed. I don't think that should be a thing. I think that there should be like a 10 level differential. 10 to 20 level differential. Because it really doesn't make that much of a difference. Yeah, and then people would have to make new characters and start the game over again. Yes, they should have to do that. They should have to do that if you're fighting against people that are the same level as you. You shouldn't be able to gank like that. Generally, you want to prepare when you do invasions as well. You want to have the right gear. Having albinoric pots, freezing pots are good ways to defend yourself from other players. Removing players' ability to heal with the albinoric pots most people don't realize what's happened.
must be the new Tarnished. You do well to steer clear of a Gill Lake, fledgling. A dragon roosts there, and it's as fearsome as it is majestic. So, unless you're mad, or wish to be burned alive, stay clear of the lake. Don't be a fool. Turn back before it's too late.
What will make a huge difference is switching back to... I still like Bloodhound Step.
as such, there's something you might like to know. The heart you brought back. It's used in Dragon Communion. If you should find yourself overcome by hunger for the heart, yearning for its strength, then seek the decrepit church on the little island off the western coast. You must not forget, though, those who partake in Dragon Communion will one day shed their humanity, their hunger for dragon, their yearning only worsens until the floodgates burst, unleashing eternal torment, the strength of a mighty dragon. Magnificent, but deadly. It's no surprise that Dragon Communion is ruinous. You must not forget, though, those who partake in Dragon Communion will one day shed their humanity, their hunger for dragon, their yearning only worsens until the floodgates burst, unleashing eternal torment, the strength of a mighty dragon. Magnificent, but deadly. It's no surprise that Dragon Communion is ruinous.
Maybe that's what happened to Godwin. Sounds an awful lot like the description. And we're just gonna advance Euro along. So once you're finished with Yura's story over here, which includes the dragon at the lake, move on over here. You'll be invaded. And you don't have to let Yura even appear in your game worlds. So this guy comes into your game, and Yura will eventually come in to assist if enough time has passed. But it doesn't matter if he comes into your game or not. Oh wow. The dagger he's using and the ability that I was defeated to is Reduvia. And it has this wicked ash of war that fires this blade of blood at you. That's the best way I can describe it.
wonder if they buffed him in the update, or they buffed Reduvia. They might have. Because I feel like I did this recently and it wasn't nearly as bad. Usually don't have this much trouble with this guy. I should definitely get Golden Vow, though. I could really use that. Well,
and your cessblood.
The fan fell over. It might be done for. I have to go pick it up. Cat pushed over the fan for some reason. Could have been an accident. There it is. Reduvia. We level up arcane and we can use it. Which I probably will. I want to test out combos with the greatsword. We just need one more level there, and we can use it. Wait a minute. We're gonna do something real quick. I want to make sure that I didn't miss this. I don't think it matters if you miss Yura here or not. I think he still advances to the next step, which is in Raya Lucaria. If you advance past Raya Lucaria without doing his quest there, you'll have to wait a lot longer to get the Eleonora pull blade and the crystal tear that helps to defend against Mohg's special ability.
Ah, we meet again. To have fought Nereus and lived. You must have seen your share of battle. I am Yura, as you might recall. Hunter of bloody fingers, tarnished, held in thrall by cessblood. Zealots, who stalk their own. You stay the path. You are certain to face more of them. Just remember, no kinship with their ilk remains. Their madness precludes it. Don't let your emotions stay your blade. Be on your way. Perhaps we will meet again. If fate permits.
Okay. So now that we've spoken with Ira, we're safe to move on. I'm not sure what triggers him to move on from that point. So we need 2 more in strength in order to one-hand the great sword. And we need 1 more in arcane to wield Reduvia. And the reason why we want to do that is because I noticed a certain synergy with weapons now that are like a dagger in the offhand and a great sword in the other. But you have to attack in a very specific order in order for that to be effective. But I'm not sure if it's effective with this particular weapon. So I'm going to test it out with multiple great swords.
Well, well, well. Thought you'd just help yourself to a man's personal belongings, huh? You scheming little thief. The gods demand repentance. Cough up your coin. All of it. Wait, please. I surrender. White flag and all. Finally come round, have you? I knew you would. You're a lady of reason, through and through. What's wrong with you? Hard of hearing, are we? Fine, have it your way. You'll get what's coming. Don't go thinking I'm a soft touch.
So you don't want to get hit by the mist there, because it really reduces your defense. But what we're doing here...
surrender, mate. Grovel, and I'll forgive you. Okay, I can see you mean it. Consider it water under the bridge. A momentary lapse of judgment. All's well, as you know. Ah, well, what do you know? You're tarnished, like me. Now, how did I get that wrong? I took you for a demi-human or some such. An innocent mistake, I assure you. Well, water under the bridge. Now we're squared up. How about we play nice from now on? A true lady of reason. Just what I like about you. I'm Patches. Patches the untethered. Tarnished like you, only free-spirited. Nomadic, you might say. Only for now, those retired soldiers turned bandits. They're paying for my gruel. In exchange for my, well, showing them the ropes. But honestly, this looting racket is bloody terrifying. Frankly, I'm ready to wash my hands clean. Maybe set up a legitimate shop. So don't be a stranger. I'll be ready to wheel and deal come next time. Don't forget to pop back for another visit, friend. I'll be ready to wheel and deal come next time.
So we returned at the entrance. Rest at the site of grace. I think just returning to the entrance does it. But we're going to rest at the site of grace. It's just a good habit.
Well, nice of you to drop in finally. It's all a bit ad hoc, but I'm sure you'll find something. And welcome to Patch's Emporium, where you won't need a refund, because everything's top notch.
This is one of the most important tools in the game. The reason being, you might think, oh, it's just for Margit, it's just for that one fight. It's not. So this doubles as a way to check your surroundings for secret or illusory walls.
Cheers for that.
Any wall that when you roll into it disappears, it will get rid of. It also will eliminate an illusion if a character is trapped in one. For example, like Bach. If you were to use Margit's shackle on Bach, it would reveal him. It would break the illusion. Now, since I don't have the runes to purchase that right off the bat, I'm just going to use this, because that'll give us just under what we need.
Forgot something? No.
Later, we'll come back and purchase the stone sword key.
Cheers for that.
So in a place like this, I like to switch it up and use the weakness of the enemies.
That's a lot of damage at this low level.
Hello?
Might I bend your ear for a moment, please? The servants there have rebelled. I can't be sure what it is. My eyesight's been weak since birth, you see. But I swear I heard frightful howling from all over. My good father secreted me out the castle, but decided himself to stay. He says it's his duty. As commander. I fear for father's life. The servants are full wrath, filled with hatred for every one of us. They've since come for every one of the companions I escaped with. They haven't spared a soul. I fear it's no different at Castle Morn. Please, I implore you, would you mind taking a letter to my father? At the castle, my soul wishes that he escape, even if his honor should be the price. Please. I just want him to be safe. Thank you. Dearly. Then please, take this. Deliver it to my father, who remains in the castle, if you please. Please, if you wouldn't mind, deliver the letter to my father at the castle. He can be stubborn, but I'm sure he'll come around.
The that dragon I just took out, I thought it gave 150,000. Not 75,000. That's fine. I don't need that many, but it's just an interesting thing to note. If I go back and look at my previous footage on playthroughs. If that's accurate. Or if it's just throwing me off. Because I just did New Game Plus recently. I still haven't finished that playthrough. We'll be coming back to it. Oh right, this doesn't have parry. The other one does. Switch back to this. Oh, I forgot to... point, it might be better to just book it to the end. Yeah, here we go.
Oh, the esteemed warrior. Where did you spring from? This was supposed to be a dead end, I'm sure of it. What's going on here? A door from thin air? Well, stranger things happen at sea, or so I'm told. But onward to the Kaled wilds. Gosh, that dead end had me rather stumped. It's time I set off to the festival at Redmane Castle on the southern edge of the scarlet rot blighted Kaled wilds. Doesn't the thought just set your heart aflutter?
keep forgetting this is a higher level dungeon.
Well, where have you been hiding? I took you for dead. No matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arms then.
was in there already. Huh. I don't want the moon veil because I'm not going to do in at all. Oh, we're just gonna run through. So going for the one of the katanas here. And it's actually in one of the dungeons we were already in. I don't know how I missed it. Usually find everything in there. I think it's on the ledge we just didn't go to. It's in the death-touched catacombs. Here's the door. I knew I would miss something in here.
There it is. Katana. And since we've defeated the boss, we can teleport out of here at any point in time. One more thing I'm going to be getting in the Caelid Wilds here, and that is the Wakizashi. The Wakizashi is in... Let's see, this was the jail tunnel, and the other one is also a jail something or other. We'll see the title when we get there. Like they're studying something over there. So I should have a stone sword keys for this. Oh, not enough. Bummer. How many do I have? One. That's fine. Now that we have the Site of Grace, it's pretty easy to get back to. And we know where a stone sword key is.
Hello. How nice of you to stop by, please.
Oh, not this guy. Which one was it? One of these merchants. Was it the one south?
Sorry. Oh, hey, I didn't realise you... Oh, is there anything... I must apologise. I'm afraid I've very little to offer.
Patches? Yes. Hello. Welcome to the stream. So what we're gonna do here. We're just gonna run to patches. Just a moment here.
Hello again. Welcome. Cheers for that.
Perfect. Rats. Who would have guessed? Everyone. Because they're everywhere in the game. Yeah. I think I got a little ahead of myself with this dungeon here. What we're looking for. They do synergize. I was wondering about that. That's probably not a good idea.
There's a face I've not seen before. I'm Edgar, warden of this castle, as ordained by Lord Godric himself. But you can see how things have turned out. The menials have all rebelled. They gave me good service, or so I thought. But it seems it was all an act. Foul creatures, as it said, and true enough, they're foul inside and out. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but whatever you come here to do, I'm afraid Castle Morn won't hold much longer. Take this, by way of apology. I see. From Arena. Thank you. I'm in your debt, but I can't leave yet. Even if the castle should fall, as commander, I must remain to ensure the treasured Sword of Morn does not fall into the wrong hands. If you see Arena, do tell her that her father will come for her once he's fulfilled his duty.
Hey,